Hi. Sorry about that. Sometimes my stream just dies. Well, no, it's not my stream's fault. I should be clear. Not my stream's fault. What happened, I don't know why, but sometimes it doesn't load my Elgato or webcam, and so I'm like sitting here and it decides like, "Oh, if you try and open properties or to figure out what's wrong, I'm gonna freeze and shut down." So, I was having that issue with Streamlabs OBS, and it seems like it's also happening with there we go. It's also happening with regular OBS. Let me type in the make sure at least everything's working the way I thought it would. Okay. Sorry, it's frustrating, you know? But anyway, yes, Dune was excellent. Dune did a lot of things right. It was a little hard to follow at times. You know, I haven't read the books, so I'm not as familiar. Please don't tell me I have a game suspended. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I wasn't sure if I was playing Skyward Sword still. But yeah, no, good movie. I can't wait for the second part. Getting a loading circle. Watch Dune, but I love Oscar Isaac, so I probably... Yeah, Oscar Isaac did a great job. I really need to, like, figure this out. Moon Knight. You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Also, my TV is super loud for some reason, so I'm gonna turn it down. Okay, sorry. Got arrested again for... So where we left off is we cleared him of the theft charge, and then it turns out it put him in place for a murder charge. That's really good so far. I've heard. Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose. I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KV security murder? I think I'm gonna head back to the Kurain village for a little while, if that's alright. No, it's not alright. Sure, but why? I'm gonna bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it. Okay. Oh, that's a good... I think I'll go with... No, Mystic Maya... no, Mystic Maya, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some quality time together. Oh, God. Oh, no. Full of love and happiness. I was so caught up in her fantasy. I wish I could forget about murders. That would be nice. She's gone. Okay, Nick. Time to get going on this murder investigation. What to do? So, what do we do now? Isn't it obvious? We should get out there and investigate the murder. Well, first, we need to find out exactly where KV security is located. It's not like we established this during the last court proceeding. Hey, why don't we ask Mrs. Delight? She should know. Besides, I want to ask her about some stuff about motorcycles. Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you? That would be pretty badass. Can you imagine Maya on a motorcycle? It's the same little Maya used to be, was happy with a dinky little bike, Nicky boy. Speaking of asking, I've got a few questions of my own for Mr. Delight. Okay, well, let's make sure to go to the detention center, too. You must be relieved we got the sacred urn back, huh? You bet. But there's something a little different about it. Question mark? Don't question mark me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? on my phone, but my TV's not playing nice. I'm sorry. I don't know what was going on. Okay, my computer's been having this issue where it won't load my webcam or capture card, and like whenever I try and do something about it, it crashes the program, and I don't know what's causing it. So I'm sorry. I may need to do some like test streams or something. I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the Earn poster. In the poster. There we go. It says on me like it always used to. Someone fixed it. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, okay, it's all good. Good. Plus, I think the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. That is interesting. We did investigate the pink stuff, but it never came up in the previous, yeah, Sunday! But a year ago, when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Ami's name into I Am. The repairer was mechanically unskilled little pearls. Wow, rude. How dare you, Phoenix? I've never seen pink splotches on it. Oh, that the urn's a fake. Faker! I think you're the faker around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my fake. I'll make you eat those words. I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets... But also, Rocco, are you still there? Yeah, I suppose. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Korean Village in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Korean Village to do their training, right? Yep. If you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So why haven't you been training lately, Maya? No, not Croc. Rocco. He was here earlier. I did want to mention, but it's okay. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm sorry. I should have enunciated better. Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo just to do that. A channeling dojo, huh? Whatever. It sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. If you're going to the train, you have to be serious. Or if you're going to train, you have to be serious. If you're going to the train, you need to have your ticket, and you need to have your baggage. Otherwise, real tragedies can happen. Is that what happened to you Is what happened to you last year still bothering you? That murder in her village happened because the power of channeling was misused. When the medium uses the crane to she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. It's worse, in those cases, spirit medium has no memory of what happened. Bang. I had my own sound effects here at Super Chat 271 Street. That murder, it wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a little bit shaken up, that's all. Sounds like being the master of Korean is going to be a heavy responsibility. Indeed it is, Mr. Phoenix Wright, ace attorney. At law. Accidentes. It's not me. A sad, pitiful one that tapers into the silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, we don't have enough time as this. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Kelsey! Good to see you, Kelsey! Hi. I guess you're right. That guard looks a little bit on edge, too. He's painted the exact same way, but I just sense it. Oh, well, we'll just have to come back later. Let's go check out some other place, Nick. By the way, how's everyone's Sunday going? You know, like I said, I watched Dune, so I'm pretty good. Oh, Nicky boy. Maya. Mrs. Delight. Oh,
All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie.
Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Corn, good to see you too.
Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up.
Hey, Nicky boy, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly.
Good Sunday for me, eating McDonald's. Nice. Nice. Took a nice walk, smelled some rose. Awesome. Alright, I'll poke and see what I can find out.
Really? You are serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore.
I had no idea Miss has such a vulnerable side. Yeah, she really sounds it, doesn't she? Sorry, I like music. Umbreon and Vi- Aww, kittens. They can come follow and go. I gave her a list that she could follow? Wait, I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Kelsey. I saw, but I admit I didn't understand exactly.
Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie wouldn't ever kill anyone. It's just not in him.
I don't think he would either, Nick.
Yeah, but you have to admit he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die!"
He would never say that. Anyway, Mr. Delight, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief.
I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him.
Fele, my fairy mom, black-haired roommate. But I'm not sure what you mean by follow. I hate to say it, but you're the one living in some fantasy world.
What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't a thieving type. He's so honest he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief, ha, the very idea.
I guess I just don't get it.
Huh? Get what?
I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple.
Yeah, they sure are different. It's almost like opposites attract or something. I should trademark that.
Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway.
What?
Follow, to follow. Oh! Well, oh, heck. Thank you, Kelsey. That's very kind to recommend me. And yeah, Corn did post it in my server.
What? For you?
Detective at me.
I hate these kinds of people more than anything.
You mean ace detectives?
No, I'm fine with ace detectives.
Oh, so then you must mean thieves.
No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives.
Okay.
There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men.
Have you taken a look at your husband?
By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmy's office anyway?
Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal.
The real criminal?
I have no idea when she comes by. It's fine. Even if she does it, I appreciate that you recommended me. Because I admit I have trouble getting myself out there sometimes, so it is appreciated.
Yes, obviously the real Master Mask is not my Ronnie, right?
Yeah?
And Detective Atmy knew more about Master Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV.
So then you went there to ask him some questions?
That's right. I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. Secretary said, the ace detective isn't in right now. but I forced my way past her and into his hideout.
Yeah, not exactly a hideout.
That bag was sitting right there on top of the table.
Oh yeah, we saw that back yesterday too.
There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Except maybe my voice, because I smoke 6 packs a day.
God, it is so hard to do that voice.
Miss Delight, do you know about KB Security?
Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works.
Thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today... Oh, what voice? Oh yeah, come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ron Delight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore.
It looks like Mrs. Delight doesn't know.
So there are secrets.
It's only about 20 minutes away, by motorcycle, that is.
Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car.
Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike.
To make it to Kansas, you sure you aren't literally flying?
Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now?
No, I'll pass, thanks. Why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves?
Haha, what a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Not wanting to get into an accident.
Told us the location of KB Security.
Okay, let's go there right away, Nick. So was it really love at first sight when you met Mr. Delight?
Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life.
Saved your life?
I was at work one day when 2 robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl into a ball in a corner, so I fought back.
Robbers?
Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened.
Where were you guys? Well, I was at the theater watching the masterpiece. Yeah, Morbius fever is hitting the nation, isn't it?
I was so frightened. They were both carrying huge knives, and I broke down into tears.
Yeah, I would too if I were in that situation. Oh, is it good? No, it's not. That's the joke. Hugs! Thank you for the hugs, Kelsey.
I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you?
Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. Right up to those 2 knife-wielding robbers, screamed in their faces. Please stop it, he screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale.
Yeah, that makes sense. Where Beef? Beef, last I saw him, he was sleeping on the couch, so I don't know. I don't know if he'll make an appearance today.
Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the 2 robbers. All by himself. He came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me.
Wow, that's a great story.
Yes, he may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did.
That was so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Yeah, where are some people to take me hostage?
Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage.
Well, I did. That's what I did. It's what happened. It's in the past as well as possibly the future. Contractor takes it. But then how would you save me? Or would someone else save me? So I guess this is it, where it all went down, huh?
The walls in here look thick, just like
Never mind. Just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. What's that got to do with anything? Like a milkshake. That's what I was referring to. Right, chat? That's what I was referring to. I could cause a hostage situation. Hey, it's you guys. Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was real training wreck for you guys, huh?
Sure was, pal. Prosecutor made real fools out of us.
Yeah, I feel for you.
Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserved, pal. Oh. Or something like that effect. Or something to that effect.
Do I really sound like that to you, pal?
If the gumshoe
fits. Well, anyway. The point is I can tell you when someone puts their hearts into their jobs. I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us, Detective. Yeah, I mean, you do get a lot of things wrong. Let's take Corn hostage? Why? No. We're not taking anyone hostage.
I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy.
This little love fest is over. What happened?
Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder.
Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to, because I don't know anything about it.
Hey, come on. What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help.
Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal?
Okay, I won't cry on you, pal.
Victim's name is Kane Bullard. Is that a joke? I feel like that's supposed to be a joke, but I can't tell. Kane Bullard. I don't know, I'll think on it. He's the security of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room. At the same time, Mask was stealing the urn, huh? Cerebral hemorrhaging. I can speak words.
So why did it take almost the entire day to discover the body?
There's a good explanation for that one. Bola's body was stashed away inside that safe. What's that heart counter again? A pacemaker? Is that what you mean? Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody heard from him. When they opened the safe this morning, out he came. Oh, so the body fell. That white string must be the shape when he fell out.
I think we still need some more information about Mr. Billiard.
Oh, yes, yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, that is, my follow goal. I hope to reach 500 followers at some point. Oh, Raven, it's good to see you! Hold on 1 second, I need water, because my throat hurts. I think I'm getting pretty good at this. I think I'm doing pretty well. That came pretty smoothly. Oh, that was meh? Oh. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sad now.
So, what happened to Mask?
He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling. Ah, no, I didn't mean him. I mean, or not the real thief anyway, right? Raven, you are very precious. Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, that was great. I got what he deserved. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
That's the detective I know and love.
Think about it. Abby was always around when the calling card showed up. He always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. He was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you know he was the thief. Shadow, can I send a clip? Philly Groovy here? Yeah, you can send clips here, but I'm not entirely sure I mean. There, I know what you mean. Explain how he was able to retrieve the items the stolen items he keeps bragging about. Yeah, he did that just to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's this one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first heist? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a look at this. Okay.
Raven, it's so good.
Oh yes. Yes, yeah, okay. I did see this live.
Raven.
Groovy. Very funny, I love it. I didn't say you could speak to me. Okay, yeah, no, Tear of Van Manen. There was a witness on that one.
A witness.
Here, I saved the newspaper clip. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. It was adorable.
Hey, this guard right here. I've seen him somewhere before.
Pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it. Oh, I got a follow! Oh my goodness! Oh, Faye! Hey, good to see you! Kelsey mentioned you'd be coming by. Is waifu okay? Well, still, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. It's good to see you.
Ooh, that prosecutor, I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight.
Yeah, I think he did it. I think he did it that way just because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. I'm a bit sad. My con is ending tomorrow. I must work all. I'm sorry, Raven. It's never fun to say goodbye to cons and stuff. Can I stay in the con? I mean, you could, but you really shouldn't. Working sucks. Hey, Sans. Yeah, it really does. But also, it doesn't, in a way. So who is that Java-addicted masked maniac anyway? Prosecutor Godot. He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of that guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere. That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor. I make myself feel better by calling customer support for every store and yelling at them. Oh my god. I bought a Nezuko Daikamura? Dakimakura. I think that's how it's actually said. It's true, according to the records anyway, but there's no way he's an amateur. He's a nice man in the court, a maverick that gives me that gives me goosebumps.
Goosebumps, you?
Chan, oh okay, that makes sense. You should post a picture of it on my server so I can see. Or like send it somehow. Hi and good night, cause I'm tired. Someone thought it was a good idea to come into my room in the morning. Oh, no worries, Faye. I just appreciate you coming by. Have a good night. Thank you for following again. Who was that person? Yeah, I knew something was off about it, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all turned the other way.
Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular.
Do we know that person? Name and shape. What? What is happening, Sans? I'm out of cupcakes. Oh no! He's hiding some kind of dark secret. Yeah, what are you shaming me for?
Ew, think about it. A dead guy was laying here all night.
Yeah, oh boy, by the way. Oh, by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints, there were none. Well, somebody opened the safe in the night of the crime, right?
Yeah, so?
Well, if Mr. Bowler's body was hidden in here, must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right? Not necessarily? Was it you? What is happening? Oh, I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready? Okay, shoot. Opening this baby is no piece of cake. Only a few people who know how to open the safe, pal. Yeah, and... everyone that knows how to open this safe had airtight alibis. I checked. Everyone except one, and that is... I'm almost afraid to ask. Former Security Chief Ron Delight.
What? Ron Delight? He was a security chief?
So he knew how to open the safe, huh? Yeah, sorry for raining on your parade there, pal. And rain you did.
This rope, you think it fell out of the safe when it was opened?
No, that's not what this is. I don't think so.
So you mean...
Yeah, I think the string shows where and how the corpse was like. Is that beef? Is that a beef meow? I think it's Kelsey's roommate Sans. Yes.
You mean... the victim... he was killed by being crushed by the safe door?
She can't be serious, can she? Check out this big, thick binder over here.
Is it beef? Are you?
Are you sweet kitten?
Meow? What are you meow? What you doing, silly? Wanna come up? Wanna come up here, Beefies? Up here. Meow.
Oh, okay, bye, Beefies. Okay, well that was beef. Not Faye or me. I'm confused too. I don't know. This big, thick binder here.
Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick.
Maya, don't. Just don't. Reading files isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. Ah,
What did you find out, Nick?
this file. It's not about any sort of security operations or anything. The file is all about Mask to Mask. It's filled with info on him.
What? What kind of info?
It's filled with incredibly detail about his methods in crime scenes.
Hey, Nick. Look at the last page.
It's a list. Tier of a man in 100K. Oh, okay. Okay. Have a good night, Raven. Thank you for coming by. You're very precious.
Meow. Why are you meowing? Why are you being a meow? You sweet kitten. Meow. Come up here. Meow.
Why are you meowing?
What you doing, silly? I love you. What you doing?
Okay. It's like a list of all the treasures that Mask to Mask stole. Wonder who woke up Faye in the morning. Yeah. I love beef meows. Yeah, he has very adorable meows, but it makes me sad because I don't know what he wants. Like, he didn't seem to want attention. He just kind of came in, looked around, meowed, and left.
So then this 100 is the value of the stolen item?
I don't know, that number sounds kind of low to me. Secretly make a copy of this list. Beef. I can hear him meowing. He's probably downstairs and I still hear him.
Wow, look at that huge frame photo.
Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky. It's dark cloud. The other game I'm streaming. Sorry.
There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The great sunrise of my life. This is it? This was his best sunrise? What a jerk. What a pathetic loser.
I wonder who indeed, yes. Either this guy didn't get out enough or he had really rotten luck with the weather.
Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days.
Wow, okay. Rude.
Oh, there's a button here. Let's see.
Hey, cut it out. Don't press that.
Ha ha ha, that was funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that.
What is that button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says right there on the panel.
Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first?
Yeah, the world may never know. This alarm's connected to the basement security room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? Then it's possible on the night of the crime?
Ooh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer?
Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there, but they said that the buzzer never went off last night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. The victim wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. Also. Talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. It's not made out of the golden Atlas versions of yourself. Like, what even? Right? Am I right? Shadow doesn't know. I don't know anything. But, like, it's not made... The legs of it aren't made out of sculptures of yourself, so, like, what's even the point?
Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out, just for a second.
That desk was extra as fuck.
Nice. I feel just like a CEO. I love it using crime scenes. Hey you, let me have a cup of some of that really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it. Ah, this is the life.
The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed.
Ah!
I mean, don't you want a desk that's extra as fuck? I mean, if I was the CEO, I'd want a desk made of myself. Actually, I really wouldn't, but...
These look like some kind of bookshelf slash rolling cabinet hybrid.
Oh wait, that was Phoenix.
I can't get between these two shelves.
Don't restrain yourself trying. Looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel.
So I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they are filled with a bunch of files.
Yeah, files filled with data about security jobs and that they were hired to handle. TBH, I do. I don't know. I feel like there are other things I'd rather spend the money on.
It'd be a good night's reading if you got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little bit more exciting, like UFOs or something.
Okay, so I think that's everything investigated. Except for these fine chairs. Okay, well... Maybe this is the UFO. Maybe Beef wants food or going outside. Well, he's not allowed outside, but, I mean, he always wants food. We feed him well. He's quite a chunky beef now. But he's just always hungry. Wow, this is really something else. There's chalky milk. Hug! It's good to see you, Hug.
For security guard office, it doesn't feel secure.
Hey, security guard. I just think Larry might be. Hey, Nick. What's up? So he is here. Yo, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Gross. Always hungry beef, yep.
Hi, Larry.
He's a beefy beef. He's very beefy. Here I was working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? Start my good job. Yay! That's exciting. I'm glad. I hope it goes just as well. Yay! Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you.
Really? What is it?
Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. But Nick here's a different story.
But Larry, I thought you two were good. We're old school buddies.
That was then and this is now. Fucking rude. Hugs. Hugs! All the hugs. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, more or less. Long story, but yeah. So what's this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give away information for free. You at least have to pay me. Yeah, professionals wouldn't accept pride. Can you talk to him, Maya?
Larry, tell us already. What's the good info?
Hey, I like that. This kitten's got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Oh no, heck. F. Larry hasn't... I know. Now he's a sassy butts. Oh my god.
Yes, so tell me.
Okay, so the thing is, Ron DeLay was an employee here. Naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Oh, gee. Oh, but that made me so happy.
Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on.
Well, 1 year ago, Ron DeLay was fired. There was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful.
I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that.
Like maybe skipping... You sound like you know from experience, Larry. Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something. Butts is not butter at all. I cannot call him a biscuit because I am not gonna butter his butts. No, that's just you. So what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Biscuits. Oh, I'm proud of that. Butterbutt. That's what I'm known downtown as. So what's it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me, I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eye on those monitors all the time.
Monitors?
There are security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Shadow Butterbutts 271. Excuse me, that's Super Shadow Butterbutts 271 to you. I'm just kidding. If I see something suspicious, I have to report it to one of the teams. Or I have to contact one of the teams. Butterbutts 172?
What team?
The security teams for this company, they're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me. I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. Yeah. Even if it's part-time and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here. If I see something suspicious, I tell my crewmates and we eject them. Exactly, right? You hit the big red button and you say someone is sus, and then everyone gets rid of them. Exactly, Crocodile. Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. That's not fair, Nick. Huh?
I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility.
Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Ooh, a psych thing. 2 psych locks. I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say, that was then and this is now, okay? Well. I mean, I feel like we have a fair amount of things. Let's at least see what he wants. It's a twofer. Do you like how you're able to just be a dumbass in public law? Yeah, I mean, that's probably the appeal of playing with randos. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work yesterday to go see Mrs. Delight? But that was that, and this is this. I haven't played a whole lot of Among Us with randos. It's usually like, if my friends are playing, I play. Any chance that you snuck out of work last night, too? Never! I didn't sneak in. I'll tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow, now that's confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you pulling my chain? He's not manning his station. I don't have that. Okay, so we've got that to look forward to. Now give me the chalky milk. No, I didn't want the screens. I wanted the chalky milk. Those screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. It's my job to just keep a steady eye on them, all of them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you.
Can you watch the regular TV on these, too?
If anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry. Hey, Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on. How do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, alright? I didn't want the screens. I wanted the food.
Wow, look at these things here. Hey, Larry, where are they?
Oh, Larry. Did you just say, Hey, man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something. Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? Something is written on the poster in fine print.
The guard's 5 commandments.
Wow, this sounds so serious.
Let's see what it says. Number 1, obey thy superior. 2, respect thy superior. 3, smile at thy superior. 4, salute thy superior. 5, buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor.
There she is. She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you can come face to face with a real genuine ray gun. Yeah, that sounds scary, alright. Well, fortunately she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now. Respect thy superior. Groovy! I'm so glad to see you. You're only an hour late. I'm just kidding. Old bag is back. That's my partner seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady.
There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know?
Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. Werther! Groovy! Yes, Groovy! Look who's here! Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right.
Did you know you hung it on top of some kind of lever?
Yeah, sure, I was told never ever touch that lever. She scowled and huffed at me.
Something terrible will happen if you do. Got a greenhorn? So that's why your jacket is hanging on such an important lever?
Because it got me curious. The jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen, huh?
It's true, it's killing me too. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, but for a different reason. I mean, it's not a crime if you don't get caught, right? Oh, wait. That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? I keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating.
Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate.
No biggie. I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room.
Somewhere?
Instruction manual? What are you gonna do in an emergency? Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what us securities call teamwork. Even Maya and Curl could run this place better.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Even though you didn't say that out loud.
Okay. Shadorky. Yes, hug? Lordly Taylor.
The treasures of Korean exhibit are all ruined now.
Maya.
I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This is our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling.
Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got the secret urn back, maybe they can reopen it?
Really?
Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of Mask to Mask Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. He's cute in the heck. No, you. Has a mooper. Oh. Oh, what a sweet skitty.
That's brilliant, Nick. We could clean up and be filthy rich.
V boop. Heck, no, you. No, you.
Woohoo!
Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Wait, yeah, no, we want to go to the basement. Lordly Taylor. What did I give? What voice did I give her? Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. I'm just gonna give her my normal voice, because my throat's hurting. He's purring right in my ear. Oh, what a sweet. She was... Oh, yeah, that's right. Ms. Andrews? She's still... What's she still hanging around down here for? So, how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's already been taken. It's been taken care of already. Orion, hey, I appreciate you too. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's been taken care of.
What do you mean, oh, that?
Taken care of? You mean it's been found?
Yes, it was brought in during the trial today.
Why is she so scared? Because she thought she was in big trouble. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Master Mask's wife that found it. Well, except he's not really Master Mask's wife.
Well, anyways, I'm so relieved. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. Looks that way right... Oh, it looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring Damask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job. Why is the I appreciate you open? Because it's on a timer. Ryan just redeemed it, so I think that it's only like a couple minutes or something, but I just didn't want people spamming it. Don't blame yourself, we were just doing your job.
Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again?
About 20 days ago. And when it was that mask-to-mask calling card... Oh, and when was it that mask-to-mask calling card arrived? Sorry, I zoned out for a second. Oh, I appreciate you too, son! Oh, and thank you for coming by, Croc. It was good to see you. Hope you have a good one. Bye! That was about 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard.
I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the sacred urn after all.
Okay, I'm here. Hey, Groovy! It's good to see you. What? So Mask murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought it was he that... I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything's possible. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Groovy. And Sun is here, and Hug is here. Check my VOD for stuffs. Yeah, that's fair.
Nick, let's get down to business. To defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? Be a man.
Yeah, okay.
Another theft. Did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme?
No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates.
That's just what he says so he can have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself.
Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Mask to Mask pretty well. And again, Kelsey, hi. Yes! Groovy, you must boop Hug back. Yes, but there's still something that's bothering me about it. Or that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure. But somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really?
You wouldn't have to know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews?
No, I don't know anything. Well, why would I? Well, I know what happened. She fixed it. Did you say Hug? Yes, Hug booped you. Where Hug? Where Precious? Yeah, Hug is here. Or at least was here.
What do you think this means, Nick?
means the person who holds the secrets, the mystery of the sacred urn, is our very own Ms. Andrews. Let's see what she wants. Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, I popped in and went to my VOD so I didn't see. No, it's okay, Groovy. I'm just saying. You got booped. Well, that's, true. Maybe it isn't the same. Could it be a fake? Fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn submitted at the trial was genuine? I don't think I do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't. Hi, Ryan! Also, you know what's funny? God, my wallet is going to get murdered in July, or in the June-July period. That's when Nintendo's, releasing Mario Strikers Charged, or Mario Strikers, whatever they're calling it again. And Xenoblade, obviously, and, just, so much good stuff's coming out so quickly. I'm so excited, though. That pathetic-looking wooden box.
Ah, that book had the sacred urn in it.
Don't touch it. There may be clues to the thief's identity. Oops in the air and hopes Hug. I hope Hug comes back too.
I worked so hard to make that box.
Huh? You made that poor excuse for a box? Okay, I think this is the exact same line.
Detective Atme said he got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief. But that was so obviously a lie.
Because he turned out that Atme was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. Looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I'm going to take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place.
But please be gentle with it.
Looks to me like it's been dry for several days.
It says he's suspicious about the paper. Bottom left part of it says shit.
I think this is the exact same line of dialogue. Yeah. I didn't mean to click on it again. Also, Groovy, I hope you had a fun time at stream yesterday. I know it was a bit of a surprise, but we were, we wanted to stream Carbon. The statue wasn't where it is now when we first came here, right?
Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it?
Well, if someone moved it, it was probably Mask to Mask.
Maybe he didn't like being watched by Mystic Ami while he stole the urn.
Hey, cut it out. You're giving me the creeps with that kind of talk. Okay. Okay, the door to the actual storeroom. I can see lots of big boxes and stuff.
Guess that's where they were keeping the sacred urn.
Remember, my Ms. Andrews are not allowed in. Okay, yeah, so this is all the same dialogue. Not likely to produce anything. Yeah. Yeah, it's all the same dialogue.
It's the camera and computer that Detective Atme set up, huh?
That's what he said.
And yet he still let it take a picture of it.
I guess he's not as smart as
he pretends to be.
Always when you three are together. Right? But since I missed a lot of good stuff, so okay, yeah, it was a very fun stream. Camera belonged to Lordly Taylor, so he knew he couldn't tamper with it. And why would he, I mean, Master Mask allowed that to happen? Okay. So I guess we just need to keep investigating. Will losing, oh my god, I know. Will does that because, like, the longer it goes, the funnier it becomes to him, and the harder it is to say. Well, this place is literally crawling with cops. We didn't draw them, but they're definitely here.
What'd you expect? Now that they know he was actually Master Mask. This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess they were trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed Gumshoe is nowhere to be seen.
Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case.
Like when we saw him at the CEO's office. Wasn't he in charge of the Master Mask investigation all the way up to yesterday? Man, look at this, cops. Now look at this net that I just found. When I say go, be ready to throw. Go! Throw it at him, not me. Let's try something else.
The murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? Say something like, there's nothing like a good murder case, pal.
Points for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has a bloodlust. I think he does. We didn't draw that. Yeah. Yeah, look at all the cops that are swarming around the place. And I'm not allowed to look at anything because they're blocking me. Okay. There's really nothing I can investigate? Nothing at all? Nothing at all? Nothing at all? Do I need to present something to her? I feel like... Or maybe I should present... No. I need to go back to talk to Gumshoe. We are number one.
So about this.
Huh? What's that? Hey, wait a minute, Maya.
What's wrong?
Copy that without permission. Don't show it to him. He might get mad at us. So, what are you two whispering?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just my billfold.
Pretty thick billfold you got there, pal. I really want you to show it to me. Sit down! Yes. Oh, man. Sit down! Do we present profiles, maybe?
Tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard.
That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bullard, pal.
Oh, yeah. The victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me.
Well, you were the victim of... Wait. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbering like an idiot right now.
Okay, Nick. Now's our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and act.
Can you tell us more about Mr. Bullard?
He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Like a security company of some sort?
Well, the company is basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh, and I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber.
Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough.
Same here, Maya. I'm okay. I'm alive. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions.
Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier.
God damn it. The coughing for 11. Yeah. No, that... I didn't fake cough. I genuinely did cough the first time. That was a genuine cough the first time. Sorry, not sorry. Let me go already. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Ooh.
Ooh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, and KD Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask.
What? Really?
Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Cable who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? I wonder if maybe I should present that letter. About this blackmail letter. Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot too, pal. Why would King Bullet have been blackmailing Ron Delight anyway? Well, Mr. Delight used to work at KV Security, right? But what was it that made him quit?
Nick, that's it. Maybe that's the same reason he's being blackmailed.
Well, I'm in the middle of investigating that right now. Oh my goodness, Beef, I hear all the meows.
Oh, alright.
Meow? Is that the Beef?
Hi, you. Meow. Why you meows?
Hey, Beef. Oh, roly-poly, Beef. Oh, you've got a soft tongue. Your tongue is soft. You are soft kittens. And you are silly.
I love you, Beefy. I do. I love you. That's something behind your ear. You're silly. So what's this? Beefies. Are you being silly? There we go. There we go. That's a good kid.
Do you want a hint? No, not yet. I'll figure it out. Oh, wait. Hey, Larry, there's something I want you to look at. Hey, Nick, I told you, I'm a pro. I don't interrupt a pro while he's working. I don't have time to... Okay, well...
Oh, is that right?
Oh, well, naturally I've got time for you, man. Okay, that maybe wasn't what I thought it was. Okay, yeah, same thing. No? Okay. Because I thought maybe he would be like, oh, that's Ron Delight. Okay, well.
Mr. Beef. Are you a sweet beef? Are you? You are a sweet beef. You are so sweet. And silly. And such a loud beef.
No, okay. I did it. Thank you for clipping it, Groovy. Sorry, I'm just trying to think. Like, okay, what... you know... Oh, no. You know what? I think I need to go and present the article. Oh, okay. I haven't the faintest idea. Yeah, present, but then... No, no! No, that's not what I want. No! Okay, profiles. Oh, I know about him. This is Ronnie's boss, the CEO guy. His fake coughing. No, it's okay. I mean, it was very well timed, but I genuinely didn't mean it. My throat hurts. Well, now he's the next boss. Someone killed him last night.
Naturally, I know that. He was a pretty sly man, let me tell you.
Oh, really?
You bet he was. He made Ronnie chief of one of his security teams. But that was just so he could work him like a slave.
Do you guys see beef in the camera? Or is it... not really. Oh well.
Did Mr. Zelay ever have a problem with Mr. Bullard himself?
Even if he did, you think she'd ever tell you about it?
Well, Ronnie isn't the type to complain about that kind of thing.
No beef. Okay, well, he left.
I tried to get him to talk to me about work, but he never would.
Okay. No beef, I know. He'll be back though. He's been making appearances. Okay, that didn't quite work how I thought it would. And there's still nothing I can examine here, so there's that. I guess there's still stuff I can examine here, but probably where the urn, yeah, I guess so. This is gonna be all the same dialogue, right? Yeah, it's all the same dialogue. Yeah, this is just everything's exactly the same. Yeah, this is all just the same dialogue. Okay, so I either need evidence that it is the same urn, or evidence that or evidence that Larry was not at his post. So actually, I think I might go back to the. I'm gonna go back to the hideout. I'm gonna present the profile of Larry, see if maybe she'll say, like, oh, he was with...
Oh, this is the guy who delivered Ronnie's wallet. He's got some issues, doesn't he?
Huh?
Let's just say his flirting style's pretty obvious. Pretty stale too, actually. It's pretty sad when the only thing you remember about a man are his lame pickup lines.
Looks like you blew it again, huh?
Okay, that wasn't what I thought would happen. I have an idea. I'm not sure if this is gonna work, so I'm gonna save. So, options save. We're going to present the Matagama. Yeah. Evidence that he wasn't manning his station is... Oh, or... Okay, wait, I've got two guesses, and I'm gonna go with the wallet. Yeah. Yeah, this wallet. You knew about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar! You hand-delivered this wallet to Miss Delight just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something about what happened just yesterday. What time is it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. 1 o'clock in the morning. That's right. In other words, Larry, the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? That shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. I've snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift it was before mine. Listen up, Larry. No, beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the studio after 10 p.m. during your shift. And that's by the record of people who entered... Oh wait, that's the warehouse camera. Oh god, thank goodness I didn't present that. Wait, where's the record of... Oh, is it? It's this. Yeah. Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does, but I can't show the record to just anyone, you know. That keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info is supposed to go through me. Boy, this sounds a bit arrogant. Yeah. Anyway, according to the data the CEO's office opened with this card, furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way! Yes, way. Someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Yar, no! Guillermo del Toro! What are you doing here? Ooh, I knew it. I knew it. It's all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault.
Larry.
There was nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Donna?
Huh? Your Donna?
Got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna was called and said, I have to talk with you right away. Or talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he was standing right there next to her.
Who was?
Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy stalked me right in the kisser. Normally I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah, not again.
Yeah?
So that's the reason you left the security guard office? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. How can I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What?
He's curled up in a ball on the floor, crying like a baby.
Oh boy. Nick, is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to do to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry.
Hey Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got?
Nick! F. Indeed. And by evidence that we found, I mean... Well, I mean, evidence of what? Okay. It was not that.
The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right?
That's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Fucking vomit. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue like the professional guard I am. Fucking vomit. Get out of my face.
Wow, that was pretty good.
No, it isn't. It really isn't. Thanks, I tried. You think you can tell us about the buzzer now?
Yes, please. Please tell us.
Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. It's a button that you press, and it sets an alarm off. How crazy, right?
I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier.
Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the 1st floor. I thought it would be a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Oh. Plus, there's a police detective right here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Oh my gosh, a button! Button!
Let's get back to talking of the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off last night?
There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? So of course I did, and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either.
Do you think you could take just one more look for me, pretty please?
Oh god. Oh, okay, I just can't say no to you, Maya. I can't say no to you, Maya.
What do you think, Nick?
He's probably right. I don't think he... Oh. Wah!
What is it? What's wrong?
I made a mistake.
Huh? But how?
It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once, in the morning at around 1 a.m.
1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened.
Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be. It's not like you were investigating a murder. Okay. You guys have really made me reflect on the way I've been living. But the only problem is, with all this reflecting, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated, you know.
What are you talking about, Larry?
Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer record? Huh? The record? No, nothing at all. Black carpeting, ooh. Savage. CEO of our company, he was a pretty good guy.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, you bet. You know how I'm not very good about working hard, right? Yeah, I kinda noticed. Well, guess what the boss said to me about that? I don't expect much work from you, Larry. In return, just don't expect much pay.
I see.
Guess he had to follow some kind of dumb law about having security here in the building. So in order to pay the lowest wage possible, he went to the bottom of the barrel. But to be honest, I really looked up to the boss. If I ever grow up to be a CEO, I want to be just like him. Dead. And stuffed in a safe. And don't worry, Nick, I promise I'll hire you for security. Toffee Crunch Oreos are dynamite? Oh, really? I'm hungry. Okay. Okay. Maybe... I mean, we discovered that, but I don't think that really changes that much. Unless it moves us forward in time a little bit, but even then. Detention center? Hey.
Ah, Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore.
Yeah, I love Oreos too. Oreos are delicious. Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you?
Well, you see...
With milk? You know what? I have actually come to appreciate them without milk. On the same night of the Sacred Urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor Department Store. You mean treasure exhibit? A blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? Do you know the fork hack? I mean, what, like, if a piece of your Oreo breaks off, you fish it out with a fork? The only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it.
Okay.
Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you're mask to mask?
Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday?
Yeah, but...
That was a quick response.
Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating.
But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we?
Okay. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. You stick your fork in the Oreo cream, put it in a glass, and take it out when you're ready to eat. Wait. Stick your fork in the Oreo cream, put it in your glass of milk, and take it out. I will have to try that, because I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure I know what you mean. Here I am, the tragic clown.
I guess it's true, I wasn't the only one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were KB security at the time.
So then this person dressed up as Master in this photo, it's gotta be Detective Atney.
It's gotta be Detective Atney, excuse me.
Put it in IRL pictures. Okay, thank you. I will take a look. Because I'm curious. I do love Oreos. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor? You went to KB Security, right?
Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the keycard to unlock the door. That's probably when you dropped his wallet. First you cut a hole in the box? What? Never did it myself, but now I've been reminded. What? Oh, put your trunk in that box. 3. Make open the box, and that's the way you do it. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't fully clear on that. Okay. This is the second best idea that we've ever had. When I went to the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone? Suddenly, they bashed me over the head. Bam! Never heard of that? Don't want to know. It's hilarious. You should. You should want to know. Is it King Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me, and I thought I'd die myself. Anyway,
I should do... wait, I thought I should do something with the body. You? So that's why you put it in the safe? Yes, that's right. You fucking idiot. Don't mess with the crime scene. His second best idea is Mother Lover, yes. Yep. It's pretty great. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick, all of a sudden, Mystery Delight sounds kind of like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. I've seen the SNL series Laser Cats. No. That sounds awesome. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit KB Security? Ah, how did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please! Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Phew, thank goodness. No, I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why'd you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends her money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least that's what I thought, anyway. So you became it for Desiree, huh? Sounds like there are quite a lot of secrets in this relationship. The buzzer went off just once around the time Bullard was killed. Oh, that's scary. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Delight? Sorry, I'm afraid I didn't. Why am I not surprised at how clueless he is anymore? That's the emergency buzzer from the CEO's office. You ripped it off the wall. Don't press it, it makes a terrible racket. Sorry, I just love making a lot of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with the case? Well, at this point, I don't really know yet. After all, there were no prints on it or anything else for that matter. This list, we found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard. Hey, this is a list of all the things Master Bass stole. That's the value of each item listed next to it. $100,000? $150,000? Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? The numbers seem a little low to me. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. Because he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. Oh, yeah, this is the, yeah. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Master Maskey must have gotten away, right? It says in the article he disappeared. That's right. I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Master Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Wow, awesome! Hey, hold the phone. Regarding this photo, is this you, Mr. Delight? Hey, that's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. It's easy to figure out. Even Pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Atme found the Master Mask disguise? That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this.
Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. Must have been really time-consuming, huh?
Did you watch the Lonely Island videos before they got hired to write for SNL, like Castaways? I don't think I've seen Castaways, but I have seen a lot of Lonely Island videos.
Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters.
Oh, I think I'm seeing what's going on here.
Blackmail letters?
You got them starting when? Tell me more now.
Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up.
The only Ace I know is Ace Ventura. You know what's funny? Ace Ventura, when I was really young, I'm talking like 2nd grade or something like this, there was like a book sale in our school's library, and I was trying to determine like what book I wanted, and I remember there was a oh, Violet, so silly. There was a book I wanted to get, and it was just a pop-up book. It was just like a farm thing, and I was fascinated by the unfolding of it. It was like, wow, that's so cool. And I approached Sun at that point, and Sun was with her friend, and Sun was like, oh, what book do you want? And I was like, this, and I showed, and then Sun and her friend were kind of like, no, you know, pick something else. And so I picked Ace Ventura, and that's the one I ended up buying. So still remember playing Ace Ventura 2D game, you know, the ones you go through locations. I never played an Ace Ventura game.
Is this the first one you got? No, of course not. This is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location.
So do you start receiving it after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Venom heist.
Was her friend hot? No, I mean, well, I mean, maybe? I don't know, I was 2nd grade or like 1st grade. How the hell would I know? She probably was like a 6th grader or something.
The first letter, it said, I know you did it. Someone found out about your true identity just like that? It's not so easy being a master thief, you know.
Okay, when I was in 2nd grade, my I guess so, Sans.
I've got proof it was on you, so give up. It went on to say.
I'm sorry, Sun. Yeah, I don't know if Sun remembers, because it really wasn't that big a deal, but I just remember being embarrassed, because, like, I think Sun got embarrassed that I wanted a pop-up book, and so, like, I felt embarrassed because I embarrassed Sun in front of her friend. Yeah, I don't blame you for not remembering. It was probably a very minor incident, but it made me feel really bad. And that's when I picked up the Ace Ventura book, and you were like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a lot more cool, I guess.
So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal.
Is that right? Hey, hang on a second, what do you mean you had to give it up?
Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000.
No one said anything about me being worried yet.
After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans?
Oh, wait, whoops. Heist plans.
What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or a painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security, blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from a very kind person, incredibly detailed plans. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him.
I mean, in a way, yeah. Surround the Light was Mask to Mask after all? But someone else is behind the thefts, someone who planned them all out in detail. Oh god, when I got checked in nostalgia and also got very weirded out. Oh no. That's how nostalgia goes a lot of times, though. You like, oh yeah, I used to love this, and then you go back and it's like, wow, I had no sense of taste.
All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail.
Try not to look so gleeful about it.
So you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal.
Mr. Delight, is everything you've told me the truth?
Yes, please don't tell my Desi, okay?
Wow. Ron, before you go, there's one more thing I want to ask you.
Yes, but please don't hurt me.
Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear it wasn't you who killed him?
Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide the body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday.
Oh.
Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight.
Guess I have no choice but to take him at his word. Mystic Maya?
Pearly! I'm back!
Hey Pearls, so what have you been up to this whole time?
The sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Kurain Village to have it examined. And what'd you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn.
Hey, there's the proof we needed.
Phew, that's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. Problem? These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint, and that they were put on the area recently.
Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal?
What's the big deal? We've got to find a way... find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we gotta find out how they got there.
Okay. Find out how they got there.
Please don't forget about me.
Well, now we know where to go. Oh, Pearl, nice to see you.
Hello there.
I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to?
Well, actually, I was having this urn examined.
Oh, I see. Maybe we could take another good look at this urn. We can figure out the mystery of what happened.
Nick, let's look around one more time.
Oh wait, not move. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me.
That's the box the sacred urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it too. That's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn.
I think I know how the paint got on it now.
Alright, let's investigate again, Nick.
Okay. Looks like, it looks to me like it's been dry for several days.
There's something suspicious about the paint mark. Bottom left is we've been through this before. Mr. Nick, could this be this odd shape is...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it.
Ah, that's the box the sacred urn was in.
You look here. There's a little bit of paint on the box as well.
Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick?
And I completely... Oh, yeah. That's a classic. It's exactly as I thought it would. It's starting to become clear. We're not much closer to solving the mystery. Yes, jazz in my pants. You know, when you hear good jazz music and need to dance. And I'm on a boat. Yes, I'm on a boat is great. Perfectly normal. Nothing wrong with me. But we're gonna need to clean up on aisle 3. Yeah, do I know anything? Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Korean Village and had it examined. I threw away. Yeah. Yeah. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how. What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again. Did you say again? Or did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. Now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Your mom says hi, Jinx. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? Because it's spelled correctly. It's because it's spelled correctly. Do I really not have proof? Oh wait, no, I should present the photo. Right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. I had the right idea, I just didn't do the correct thing. See stuff. I'm lost, but I was loving you. Nothing wrong with me. 1, nothing wrong with me. 2, nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. Gotta get... What? If that's a word. I don't think synchrony is a word. We're synchronized. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies flow! Poster? Ah, the poster from the exhibit. At the time, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Synchrony's a word? What? What? There when the photo of this was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. What? Wait. 4? Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. Probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Do you have any proof that it was broken here at Lordly Taylor? I feel like it's either the marks or the box. I'm gonna say the marks. Yeah. Well, Miss Andrews? What is this supposed to mean? There's pink paint all over this urn. And there's also pink paint all over the floor and walls of the basement warehouse. In other words, this urn was broken here. You can't weasel out of this one, Miss Andrews. But... Uh-oh, she's trying to make her escape. Okay, you can get pink paint anywhere. There's none in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. Anyway, the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor. There's No proof that it's the same paint. The box. This box. I couldn't afford to get you anything, so I got you this box.
That's what I got you.
This box. This is the urn was stored in this, right? Yes, that's right. Well, there's pink paint on this box as well. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. Paint on the floor has an odd shape imprinted in it, doesn't it? Hell yeah. Yes. If you put this box into the impression of the paint, you see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over here. Oh wait, dropped right over here. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. Yay. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did.
Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know how she feels.
Happened 2 weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago. I did it! Victory! Just after the poster photo was taken on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. But when I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed to the ground. Crash. I heard a terrible noise and thought my heart was going to stop. It definitely fits the voice. Yeah. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. I let out a huge scream.
I can totally see how that could have happened.
Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Kurain Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big.
And that's when the I Am got changed to Ami.
I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami.
Any sane person, really?
Oh, Pearls. Said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then.
But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains.
Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it up. Ami face statue. Ha! I still feel like you would have at least seen a little bit of it, given how big the splash is. First time we came down here was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen.
But Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the walls when we got here.
Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall.
And?
I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you saw it, where you first saw it.
I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But if there's still one thing I find strange.
What is it, Pearl?
The day that after the urn was stolen, we came here again. And at that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible.
She's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover up the paint, so why would I move it again?
Well then, who was it? Who would have done it and why?
The day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. They say it was moved, but why? Why, I tell you, why? Or why I ask you. It looks like you're in for an earnings call. Looks like there's some connection between the Sacred Urn and the murder case.
But why? Why do you think so, Dick?
That night, the real thief, Ron Delight, was at KB Security. And why did another mask-to-mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact.
One undeniable fact.
This stream brought to you by the letter Y. Yeah. Yeah. The trial starting tomorrow, but looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Hey, we finished investigation. Yes, I would like to save my progress. Heard you kicked my ass in a game? Oh, really? Oh, Enrai, I'm sorry to hear that. Groovy, are you mad at me for that? Wait, why?
Hey, Nick.
What is it this time?
You won't believe how many people there are at this are here for the trial.
Well, it is a murder case.
What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door.
Next door?
Don't you know this, Nick? They're having the Detective Atme's trial today.
Detective Atme.
They say he's gonna try him as mask to mask.
Already? That was fast. Yeah. It's all good, we're on the same team. Oh, okay. What game were you playing? I know. By the way, where's Pearls?
Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore.
I know you don't like me. Enrai, what? Nightfall. Oh, okay. I mean, did a lot better for the team, is what I'm assuming Enrai means. Gotten into her training, huh?
Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please, don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. Come on, don't be silly. We're trying you for killing someone.
Yeah. You don't mean you're the murderer?
No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor.
I mean, you can be a thief and also poor. You would just be a really bad thief. Second crime on. Was following this bunch of set plans. Yeah, she's such a gamer, yeah. Joker is a gamer. I feel bad I didn't get to go to Joker's stream today. Help him commit the crimes he had. Yeah.
Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murderer, Nick?
It's possible. It can be him. But today's trial is a race against the clock. What are you guys, one of my coworkers is Dota 2 champion? Wow. That's awesome. I'm afraid that's not an option. The court is now in session for the trial of Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. Champion, whatever that means. Yeah, well, I mean, it's better than I would be. Oh, he's got the judge in the palm of his hand yet again. Rondelite is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all.
I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot.
Ha, then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war, but that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right?
Yes, well then let me briefly summarize the details of this case.
Oh, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. I don't remember exactly what he said. He logged 1,000 hours and win shit. That's really cool. Just making sure, Shadow. Do you want to see what I'm sending you for birthday art? That's a good question. I mean, the thing is, I'm tempted. Yeah, I'm tempted to just say keep it a secret because even if I know, I feel like, okay. Even if I saw it and was like, ew, no, I wouldn't be the person that's like, ew, no, I don't want that present. Like, I'd say keep it a secret. Because secret is more fun.
The victim is Kane Pollard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in his safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, at the time of death, it was estimated at 1 a.m. in the previous day.
And that's when our lost kitten dropped the ball. That lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. He'll like it. I mean, yeah, I will like it, I'm sure.
Well then, Mr. Godot, please call your first witness.
I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given try. But the first one is always the best.
Oh, Mr. Godot, your witness.
Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Rondelite, has to say for himself.
The defendant? No, Mr. Wright, does the defense have objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage by having the defendant testify, but...
I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Ha! You've got guts, Trite.
Alright then, Mr. Delight. Please take the stand.
You did it, didn't you?
Yes.
What? That huh?
No, that's not true.
For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for shortest trial ever.
Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty, so with that face he's making.
And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put a nail in his own coffin. Ha, very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security?
Because I was being blackmailed. It's kind of hard to swallow. Boy, I wish I could go home.
Now then,
Let's hear the testimony about what happened.
gee, Ron, fucking hell. Hey, you did what?
That evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago or so, so I knew where his office was.
And then you hear from the crowd,
Ronnie, what do you mean a year ago?
I'm sorry, Jesse. I didn't tell you.
1 a.m., that's the exact time the murder took place.
the weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Ha, it's bitter today too. Just like my destiny. Okay.
You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. I'm dying.
That evening around 1 a.m.
1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that?
Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not sure. My watch was slow and my internal clock has also been.
1 a.m. That's the exact time of the victim. Mr. Bullard was murdered, correct?
You didn't. You did it, didn't you? Yes. Roll credits. Yep. Voice acting on fleek. I assume that's good. It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure.
The blackmail letter I got. They wanted me to go there.
It ordered you there?
It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Except for all the places that I was supposed to steal from.
Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then?
Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this or take that.
Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say anymore. What should I do? Press harder. Always press harder. So what did the letters in question say? That almost ended very poorly.
It said to bring $50,000. It's 50,000 pounds. I mean dollars.
Money, eh? What a perfect motive for committing murder.
Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway.
Oh, is that right?
After all, I had nothing over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
An important point indeed.
Always press harder.
Then let's have that added to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Huh. Muddy mud skipper in space has better chances. What does that mean? I feel like I can make a joke. You know, I was going to say some sort of joke, but I thought better of it, because the only things I could think of were not okay.
If the black letter said...
Wait, yeah.
The blackmail letter said, if you want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me.
He didn't.
Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me.
So that's why Miss Delight didn't believe he was mask to mask.
So that's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I've been working for...
yeah. You used to work for... You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right?
Yes, that's right.
Security chief, you.
And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? What did you do after being fired from KB Security?
I spent a lot of time looking for work, but then I decided I want to start something myself.
Yeah, this is... Oh yeah, this is getting worse.
So I started looking at books, TV, movies, and learning all I could about masked men.
Masked men?
So you wanted to try drawing a comic, right? About masked men?
No, that's not right. I wanted to become...
Your Honor, let's move along, shall we? You asked the question.
You asked the question. You're being quite odd today, Mr. Wright.
There wasn't that much to his testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me.
Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. We better be careful.
If we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get any closer to the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Around 1 a.m. That checks out. I need to go there. I mean, that contradicts it because he was being blackmailed, but, like, does that count? See, this is... No, it certainly wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that. I'm gonna, Interesting. So... Ron's wallet, that's the mask. I'm tempted to say that it's the, yeah, I mean, he was already being blackmailed, so why would this be different? But then also... This doesn't say about revealing his secure... Oh, well, never mind, if you want your... Okay. Oh, this is tough. Oh, well, I fucked up. What is this? This is clearly faulty. No. Okay, can you just be my defense attorney? Yeah, it's just like the video games. So then I guess I'll try the letter. And that's the only thing I can think of. Oh, it's neither. Fun. Okay. Okay, I was sure it was that, but... I knew where his office was. Do I want a hint? Yeah. Ordered me to go there. 1 AM... I mean, that's true. So... Yeah, that's also true. Didn't scare me. I mean, that's kind of false. Statement, but the evidence is a profile. No! I didn't mean to press that. I meant to, Oh. Present profiles. Look at this badge, Your Honor. What? Come on. That's the whole fucking point. I'm not clear on this. The whole fucking point is that he didn't want Desiree to find out. Oh. Well, fuck me. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job.
Well...
The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay, then I take it back? Defendant, please answer the question.
I needed money.
Yeah, dingus? Yeah, yeah. You needed money.
Well, you see, Tessie loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby.
I wish my hobby was spending money. I wish I had someone who could support me in my hobby of spending money.
Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't enough. nearly enough. So I stole data from the company.
Come again?
KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies.
That's what jobs do? Yeah.
Since I was a security team chief,
You stole some of the data and sold it.
Mr. Bullet found out and I was fired immediately.
What? Wish I'd never asked that.
I was somehow able to keep it secret, and they made it seem like I'd quit on my own. This is it, Nick. You don't look so good.
Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as a punishment. You do well to remember this.
He sure told you.
So you admit you stole data from your company, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's what jobs do, but not enough money.
An important fact, please add it to your testimony. You hired me for selling the...
Oh, yeah.
Tessie doesn't know about that.
Yeah, okay. That's how it is. Mr. Delay, you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. What you said just now.
Huh? What doesn't?
I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Because I have a particular set of skills. Of a certain person of having a certain person find out your secret.
Gulp.
A certain person...
Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife.
But listen to me, my Tessie, she's...
Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Grr, Godot.
Yeah,
Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. I find it funny that in response, he needed a job to take money. The judge said, you needed money? Yeah.
what do you mean?
Miss Delight stole company data to pay for his... Or Mr. Delight stole to pay for his wife's spending habits, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that's how this murder came about.
Oh,
No, everything is falling neatly into place for him.
Don't talk about my Tessie like that, or you'll be sorry.
Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Nick?
I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes.
Clearly there was a sufficient motive for murder. He just stole the data from his wife, and he killed him to protect his secret. For a family man who cared about it still a little too much.
The motive is clear. Let's move on. Erg. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. It was from the shadow realm. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed.
This is a Law and Order episode. Yeah.
If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullet was lying there dead.
I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh?
I believe the detective provided a similar testimony. Said that mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit, that was all a lie. Huh. No one's gonna believe that a pathetic lie like that.
What are you saying? I really was attacked.
We'll find out We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite. Don't go easy just because he's your client. I can't do the judge voice because it hurts too much. If you see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith. Gotta have faith! Faith? Who was this suspicious shadow?
If there were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you. Trust me. His dodging all of our questions is not helping us in this case.
Okay, then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at that time? Faith! Faith!
What do you mean by how was he?
Was he already dead? Was he alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place.
That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Forget it. Your forehead?
Yes, it's quite large. I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack.
Do you remember anything about who hit you?
Like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit, so I think it was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight grasped what you were asking.
Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. That would knock some sense into him. Some back into him with words.
I would have been killed.
That? Could you please clarify?
Why, my Master Mask costume, of course.
Wait just a moment. Mask to mask?
Huh? Oh, did I forgot to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Master Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security.
What?
Nick, did you know about this? You never told me this.
I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets.
I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes just things slip by your mind?
Huh, my 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
I haven't been wearing my mask costume.
How are you dressed up as Master Mask?
Why, because I'm Master Mask.
What are you talking about? Master Mask's trial is being held next door.
Yes, well, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Master Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him just to be safe.
Oh boy.
Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than expected.
It took a lot longer. Press harder.
Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught in the safe door, you see. This all happened while I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body.
What was that? Back up a second.
Yes.
You were the one that hid the body in the safe?
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Good question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? How? So you're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Storm, yeah. Why'd you hide the safe in the body in the safe anyway?
Well, because it wouldn't fit in the drawer.
What an asshole. It's not exactly what I meant.
When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find this corpse, they'll think I did it.
Huh. I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Nerve. 10 minutes?
Listen, Nick.
I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it?
Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior is so strange, why don't you present some evidence? Like you've been doing for the past few years.
The buzzer. It has to be the buzzer, right? Surely it's the buzzer. But the buzzer... What statement does it contradict? To the office, there's a suspicious shadow there. Remember being a bit dazed. Been killed if I hadn't been wearing my costume. When I came to, he was lying there dead. Panicked, and it took about 10 minutes. Oh, that was actually kind of dumb. Oh well. There we go. Your Honor, could you please look at this record? Could you please take a look at this record? Look at this photograph. And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the security office is pressed, the security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? Mr. Ron Delight was truly a murderer, or truly was the murderer. He would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Objection. That's flippin' stupid, Your Honor. Let's remember who you're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Objection, he worked there. Until 1 year, my client was working as chief of security. No way he couldn't have known about them. But, as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? Ugh. Poor butts. I know, right? Fine, let's hear your theory. I love this part. Okay. Call the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Light said he felt dazed and confused. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious, so he fainted. That's probably why Mr. Light didn't know that his buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Dazed and confused? Yeah. It's a great combination. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed King Bullard. Objection, no it isn't. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. Ah. So Campbell sounded the buzzer himself. What's your opinion? Can't be. I can prove it because there aren't fingerprints. Because the button doesn't have fingerprints on it. I believe this is the piece of the evidence you were looking for. Incontrovertible. The emergency buzzer? Is this some kind of clue? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now, I'm the one who's clueless. The button has no fingerprints on it. Mr. Bullet had really pressed it himself. Naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind. Objection! Rondelite obviously wiped them off. While he was unconscious? How would he? A guard could come at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask to Mask. And Mask to Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he to wipe the button free of his fingerprints? Order! 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 Ha, it would seem. I've been forced to eat crow. Yeah. I wonder what blend number crow flavored is. Or crow coffee is. Words. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? No, it's to cast suspicion on... It's... Phoenix is going off. Gross. You can't eat Raven. No, he's not eating Raven, he's eating Crow. That's different. Huh. Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. Mr. Light had just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Black verbs. Same shit, Sherlock. No, you cannot even begin to tell me that a raven is the same bird as a crow. Even though the security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well, then. Oh, you've got some guts. I like that, Napoleon. I did the real killer. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. As much as I want to say to call the security guard, I feel like to find out what it did is so ridiculous that that has to be the right answer, you know? Like, either of these are sane and this is just off the wall, and I feel like that's why it's true. But I'm gonna say to call the security guard. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. It was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean they called the guard on purpose? Yes, although as it turned out, he never showed up.
Maybe because he's getting his clock cleaned at the time.
Huh, what a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. And then one of them got killed. Shane Bullard, the victim who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at the time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, this is precisely what the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder. Order, order, order. Huh, it would seem I've been made to eat my words once again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take. With a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Master Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is...
We're gonna track that person in here right now.
But who is it?
I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. The real killer had a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. I'm not sure about this. I mean, the only person it really could be is at me. Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace detective.
Luke Atme?
You mean Mask the Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask to Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Order, order. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's capital punishment. Or it's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as well, masked to mask. Bold words, yeah. Instead of being convicted, he was found guilty of grand larceny. This is true objective all along. To be found guilty? Master Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Master Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi? Yeah, that's a neat idea. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that's assuming you have proof that the detective committed murder. Hey, Hug! Welcome back. I was trying to... yeah. Fucking wild. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Intrude failed to provide adequate proof. Would be left with no grounds for appeal. But good to see you, Hug.
Mr. Wright, I believe in you.
I don't.
So, I'm begging you, please.
Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this?
Phoenix.
Oh, what was that? I saw tits. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I came back and only after you. Yeah, no, it's okay. A ghost shadow, no. I'm sorry.
Don't stray, Phoenix, for your client, the path of trust.
That voice, it sounds like Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Huh, so that's your answer, huh? What? Excuse me? Very well. I've decided to take a 20-minute recess. When you return, please summon Luke at me to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, he's still clipping it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, Sir Detective at me. Hey.
Ha ha ha. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
Oh no, Sir Detective at me. You were the one who...
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. The court finds... Objection! Hold it! Guess who? Don't have to... Please. Well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law, and I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke at me.
Are you sure? You accuse Mask to Mask?
That man is not Mask to Mask. He is just a ruthless murderer. What? Yeah, that judge is pretty cool. Although, admittedly, something looks wrong with his eyes. Like, he needs to get more sleep or something. Canadian epic beer. Yeah, I know, right? Oof, Shadow Snoot. Heck. Thank you. Heck, no you, though. And no you.
My sis.
Could have sworn I heard Mia's voice.
So then she's still alive and inside your heart.
Inside your heart.
Nicky boy,
Oh, Miss Delight.
is it true that detective is the real killer?
To be honest, we don't have definitive proof. Yes, you though, but no you though. But he's the only one who could have done it.
Boy, wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night?
Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would he want to kill Kane Bullard?
Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. Dramatic dramatic cliffhanger. Oh, Groovy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rangi. But I still have the Angie knife, so I still have more Angie. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke at me. Please take the stand. Well, how do you do, sir lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. Couldn't just let them hand you your verdict yet. Not when it would have given you a perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask to Mask. I'm sorry. I'm afraid even the great Luke at me has no idea what you mean. Of course, I've been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask. Indeed. It's truly a child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Yes, yeah. Like this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. Oh, a red diamond, just like the one in the blackmail letter? So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask. Of course. Very well then, Luke at me. Let's begin with this simple question on October 12th. At 1 a.m. Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at the time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Alright, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. Oh my god, groovy. We're all yours. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. I was stealing the urn as Master Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. The photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Master Mask was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point will be photo of the crime scene. Has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Master Mask cannot be in 2 places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Hold it. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is the fool.
I think he's trying to say you're full of it, Nick.
The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Got him. Hard burn. Oh! Sorry. I think I've just lost my mind. Just as I announced I would. So this photograph makes you laugh? Indeed, it always does. Every time I do, it does. The man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I am called Master Mask. But conveniently, that also means there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean? Objection! Objection? Huh. Are you saying that this is not in fact Luke Atme? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Master Mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an apprentice? Or had an accomplice? Rather, I know words. Hi, Kelsey! Yeah, the accomplice was Ron. Sort of. No, wait. See, the thing is, okay, it's not any of them. And it's not like we can just say Mask to Mask. Can't say him. He was... I'm gonna give it up, actually. Now I have no idea who it was. Oh. It was a pathetically easy job. That's right, it was over 20 days ago if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean that you sent the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You're truly evil, aren't you? Yes, but not for that reason. Yes, evil is what I am.
Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lord Nutella while he was the one watching it, I have no way to maintain his perfect ace. Well, that's true, it's kind of odd. Means no words. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence right here? Indeed it is. Is it? That is the very thing. It proves I committed the crime.
Anything that proves you committed the crime. It's really odd. I know what's wrong with the picture.
Objection!
He was simply caught by the camera that he had set up. Go on. We all have days like that. I mean, I have plenty of days like that. That's like most of my days. Indeed. It turns out that there's no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing. A sad blue melody. Yes, there is something phony in the photo, and I'd like to point that out, but... The camera that took this photograph... Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, didn't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. Oh, all the wiggles. Let's see. Has to be, or he couldn't have. Oh, I've spotted. Oh, the photo is obviously the fake thing. Time to prepare. I don't know. Okay, why I'm awake. Yeah, you should sleep, Kelsey. I mean, like... Okay, here's the thing. Oh, wait, no, that's not the picture. See, the thing is, there's the paint, which couldn't be the case if it really was the correct time. Because it was covered up by the statue. Well, no, but what do I present? Two weeks ago. So, okay, hold on. I'm trying to logic this out here. So basically, this urn was broken long before... Oh wait, which would make that stain genuine then. But it was covered up still. Because the... yeah. Are you serious? This is tough. I actually don't understand. After you begin your security watch. So it was 10... Save scumming, yes. I'm not above it. Back into a perfect opportunity. Yes, yes, I know. Yes, there is something odd. Photograph. Yes, everything. Every time I do it makes me laugh. You bet there is. The picture is a fake. You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. Let's go look look around the basement warehouse that night, and before the theft took place. There's something that doesn't match. This right here. This. There's something oddball. Yes, yeah. This is a blood stain. Ah, blood. Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. That stain is actually pink paint. Mom. Groovy is being a bean. It's true. And peach colored at that. The problem with this photograph is not just the paint, it's that it makes me laugh. Problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement of the warehouse, that's something. Turns out that something that should be what is nowhere to be seen. That should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, it's supposed to be seen. The statue. Supervisor stated the following: "Is being a bean?" Yes. Well, there's a good reason for that. Today at noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it there when you first saw it. Everyone no you. Everyone except me. Is what I think you mean. And no you, Groovy. Is there one that saw the statue in that spot? The picture was truly taken on that night. There should have been a statue there. Objection! When I was there, the day of the theft, that statue of his old bag was sitting in the corner. No you. Shut up, Everyone except me. Your Honor, the statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It'd take more than an accidental push to move it into that distance. In that case, can you prove it? Give us the rhyme and reason as to why the statue was moved that way. Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. Why did they move it? Who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? Heck, fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, I appreciate and I love you too, and I notice you. You have been noticed. And my back's not really okay, but it's better. I mean, I want to say that Adrian did it. What do you think, Mr. Godot? This is obviously Larry, because he made the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, wrong statue. Hello, Whack Frost. Good to see you. Back attack. What are you doing there? Why was it moved? It's not a back attack, but it is not fun. Okay, why was it moved? Oh, that's right. I forgot. He makes every statue in this world. You know what? I'm sorry, Whack Frost. I did not think about that. I had forgotten the lore. Actually, maybe it was Luke. Mia's ghost moved it. Yeah, she possessed the statue. And Luke at me. Come on now, Saloya. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. The spirit channeling. Oh, yes, yeah. Indeed, that is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? Reason. I do, also, by the way, you have a great name, Whackfrost. That is a great name. These can be found in this photograph. I'll not be surprised if Larry decides to move past hitting on... Yeah. I mean, he'd have better luck, for sure. To be mask to mask. Create an alibi. By showing you at Wardley Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like a drugstore. The words, I'm dying. Or for some reason you'd like CK Fro? Single fatal flaw. Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. You can't work at Martin. Oh, go to Mart, the place. It's probably the I should have saved before. Oh, the Mart. I mean, So it's either that or the time, right? Okay, fine. It's mask to mask. Are you saying that mask to mask is a fake? Huh. You know, I really wish you could start acting more responsibly. Huh? Current question is, why was the golden statue moved? What possible connection could there be with Mask to Mask's identity? Oh, buggers. Faces... Oh, buggers written all over. Okay, well... No. 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 I'm a fool. Okay, so we figured out Luke. Good ending. Yeah, right? I'm now so loyal. You died. Says it here. I'd ask you to use the... Yeah, exactly. Now here's where about. I need to review events. So, okay. So she broke the vase, and then stored it, and then moved the thing so it would cover the paint. So if he took a picture beforehand, the statue should be there. But it's not there. And he wanted that? So, I think it's the time then, because this doesn't specify what. Oh wait. Judge, I see no reason to prolong this trial if any further. Guilt. Yeah. If only I could turn back time. Oh wait, I can. Yeah, why would he want the statue gone? Is what I'm kind of confused about. The only two things I could think of are the time or the box. I'm gonna... Did you click? I did click the goo the first time. Somewhere around here. The half-truth is a whole lie. Ah! Nope. Yeah, it was not the goo. See, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay, quarters turn. You okay? You okay? Down here in this photograph, every time I do it makes me laugh. Okay. Naturally, the lie is in the... So is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at the same time. The goo. Yeah, well, I mean, is clicking goo better than shooting goo? Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed beside the warehouse door? The statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. It was placed over to cover up the paint. Exactly. Atme had already decided on that time when he was going to kill the victim. So in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah, so on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Whoopsie-doo, here comes the goo. Yes, it is a reference. Something been brought down in a place where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the match with the photo. Okay. Ah! Order, order. Mr. Atme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. Objection? It's true that it had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. I don't know if you've seen Whack Frost, the video of there's like how Ace Attorney fans really play Phoenix Wright, and there's that animation where it's like the testimony contradicts the evidence. No, and then and then it like cuts to quick loading. That's what your comment made me think of. What's the meaning of this? Good dough. I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. My 11th cup. Promise to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good to the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied, which is... Yeah, I love that video too. Have you seen the plays that aren't in English? It's kind of wild. I haven't, but it sounds interesting. It's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of Maybe. can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No way, don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as Master Mask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy, so let's hear it. Yes, please provide the court with your testimony. The plays are canon. Yeah, I don't think they are. They have English subtitles. Yeah. I first received a request from Lord A. Taylor about 20 days ago. The item was placed in a box in Zvari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 AM on October 12th. I wasn't there, no. Yeah. So we'll find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information you gave. Witness, you're sure you made no mistakes this time? Zvari! Very well then, Mr. Wright, you may continue. You begin with your cross-examination. First received a request. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, weren't you? Isn't that right? Indeed. It seemed that they had heard of my Svarkling's reputation. Svarkling. Still attracting the weirdos. Better watch out too, Maya. You mean this box? It's that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Interesting new tidbit. I was actually unable to see it for myself. Phoenix being mean to Maya, yeah. So you're sure you've never seen that urn before? Indeed. Ask Lady Andrews to confirm it for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, look at me. Let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. It was extremely valuable treasure. You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card.
I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all.
Of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. Then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. Last. This is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed. To be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much.
Hey Nick, if this photo is a fake, Second Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken.
It's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. Prove that he's lying. Okay, so... Never seen the urn before he stole it. Urn is placed in a box, sent to the warehouse. Extremely valuable. Handled security myself. See, okay, the thing is, the drop had to happen. So it would have said, I am. But I am listening. Oh, okay, no worries, Groovy. "20 days ago, in this place, and Zvari is outside the warehouse, hence I was unable to see until the day of the crime. But then... Oh, Speckled Urn. Yeah, how about that? If you really are Mask to Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from a calling card that Master Mask had written. Take good care of that speckled urn. Yeah, I did get it. Surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there's no way Mask to Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? These stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. Humph. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say human error-prone human. Wow. That's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. Yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Hatme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Ah. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Alright, that did it. He's broken.
Dick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose.
Huh? Human error. Error. X3 nuzzles pounces on you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask to Mask, and now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? Shadow-eyed go, you. Oh no. Heck. Those do sound nice, though. Wait, don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You could say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Let me ask you this. Why would he do that? Iron clipping for humiliation. No. Oh no. Excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright. Motive. My merry murderous motive manifest.
Nick, he's getting a second win.
He's prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Rondelite, as you say. He must have had a very strong motive for murder. Well, if any motive we've seen is Rondelite. Isn't that right, detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. That's so not true. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, Sir Timer. Doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Maybe our only chance. I, Luke Atme, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail and sent it to Ron Delight. It was Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Master Mask. That's why Mr. Delight saw fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. Oh boy, your favorite thing, motive, I know, right? Blackmailed the defendant? Yes. The blackmail letter. Handwriting confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one to write the letter. What? Do I even need to? I already know that about the red ring. Okay, this is probably a foolish move. Emerald, no worries. I'm just glad you're here. Dang it. Okay. But I generally know. Hold on. Hold on. No. Because he's talking about the red diamond ring. Okay, fine. Mistook? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse saying mistaka, meaning to take an error. That wasn't what I meant. So who did the victim mistake Master Mask to be? The answer is obvious, Ron Delight, of course. I'd like to look at... press harder. Why did the victim mistake the defendant for Master Mask? Don't you already know that? Sorry, take a look at this newspaper. It's the famous Tear of a Man and Magnificent Jewel, which shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? And furthermore, it also shows an ugly god, namely the defendant. The victim clearly misread the article and Zvari. The wrong impression. Impression that the ugly security guard was in fact Master Mask. I see. That was an unusually reasonable deduction. I'm gonna keep pressing. Okay. I will. I know it. Hey, that sprite with the magnified eyeball. It's a good sprite though. Oh. No, I present that. Come on! Clearly not! It is, yeah, it's a little weird. What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Sorry! KB Security had lots of info, and since I was security chief, I stole data from the company. Yes, hug? Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight. It is why he sent him that letter. File that was discovered. This one is a bit weird, yeah. However, isn't that a bit odd? The defendant paid Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually Master Mask. At that point, that was an unfortunate bit of coincidence, of chance. And yes, yes, hug. Do you really think that story's gonna hold up? Session is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Here, the memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree. Oh, coffee. Ronnie thinks he's masked to mask. Don't you feel sorry for him too? Please don't think too badly of it. But that also kind of proves that he's not masked to mask. Or, like, that would prove that he, yeah, whatever. Like, Mrs. Delight just now.
I thought he was actually pretty convincing.
It's so obvious! That's just gonna come now, said the lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't where it voted for it. The deduction. Carefully applied reasoning. It's a long story, and better saved for another time. Very well. No. Okay. No, it wasn't, because it's referring to his ring. You giving up on your own thought is... Yeah, I'm just... I will. After doing a thorough background check with Detective Abney and Kane Boulder, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security. Do you need a hint? No. Nope. That was blunt. Not quite yet. Give me just a second. In any case, the only was Mr. Delight. Okay, I feel like I've presented this. It's clearly not. He clearly thought that... No, it wasn't. Very clearly it wasn't. Hold on. Did I not do this? Did I not press this earlier? Like... Oh, thank you, Hug. Okay. Ask you a few questions, Detective Atney? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're the one to talk. Times like this, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you just show us what you got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting element in the blackmail letter. Right there. It's right there. It's just right there. It's right there. Huh, a little 1-2 punch like that wouldn't even fade. Mr. Wright, try something. Are you serious? It's right there in the text. How am I supposed to present that? It's right there in the text. It's right there. I'm calling bullshit. Okay, present that. Yeah, mind if I ask? Yeah. Contradiction. Okay. Shows the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Yeah, the red diamond, but how do I fucking prove that? Oh, okay. Well, this bit of puzzle is giving me some trouble. This is a little bit frustrating for me because I see what the contradiction is, but I'm not sure how to get that across. I feel like Ace Attorney does that. I don't want to say a lot, but you know, a fair amount. Where it's like you're kind of already. It's giving me trouble since you're out of time. Yeah, no. It's definitely. I really like all the ideas. It's just that I'm frustrated because I don't know how to communicate that it's the ring. Yeah. Man up. Do you want to hit? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, he doesn't have the red ring in this, so maybe that? Maybe it's a profile that I need to present? What do I mean of who? No, it can't be that. Jewel? I know the stolen gem is the wrong color. Wait, wait, stolen gem? It's stolen? That you received the other day instead. What? Do we know it's blue because of the newspaper? We know it's blue because the newspaper says it's blue. So that's... Take that! You could look at this newspaper clipping. Contains a stolen jewel. What about it? Probably this is the jewel's color. Color. I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, it's totally jewel mentioned. Take that red diamond you received the other day. But that doesn't make sense. That doesn't even... That doesn't make sense. Okay, that's BS. The thing is, that tier was stolen a lot earlier. Red diamond. Not the tier of enemy stole at all. Objection. And your point is, Mr. Wright? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? Is that what you're trying to say, Wright? That's him, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, is that what you're trying to say, right, Nick?
Yes. It's actually blackmailing.
Take that!
Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You've been personally involved in every single mask-to-mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen. Received a jewel. The drama. Oh yes, that's a good point, Emerald. You should know. Well, I mean, yeah. As your reward, a jewel. Probably the one wrapped around your finger, conspicuously wrapped around your finger. The red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. It's that King Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you! Ah! Order in the court.
Objection!
It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Troy. Uh-oh, I don't like the way he said that. King Bullard blackmailing Luke at me? Are you for real? Yes, I am.
Nick, come on, stand up to him.
Then answer me this. Blackmail letter contains the following passage. You don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. That's the hardness of an emerald. Aren't emeralds pretty soft? Because I know diamonds are very hard, but... Bullard threatened to make his identity public knowledge. An identity? He wanted to... So, what was that identity? He was killed because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret?
That's what it all comes down to, Nick.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I think it's Mask to Mask. Or maybe it's Ace Detective. No, it's Mask. Yeah. Look at me. Was Mask to Mask. What? That's my line. I take it I messed up. Pretended to be Mask to Mask in order to pin. Ron Delight was in fact Mask to Mask. Yeah, okay. Well, I thought they were trying to go for, like, he was the one giving Ron the orders. 7.5 to 8 on the Moe's. I don't get it. What? I guess an Ace Detective. He was an Ace Detective. Thank you for the kind introduction. I am Luke Atme, Ace Detective. Embodiment of the first daughters of the other angelic cherubs of light. Someone get me a translator. Okay, well. Moses a measurement? Asking Emerald because you should know. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Moses hardness scale of jewels. Okay. Blackmailer. A blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. You saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that?
You have to admit, that does sound a little odd.
It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme. But Ron Delight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Tear Venom heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Some plans from some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans.
Detailed plans? Ron Delight was actually Mask to Mask. That is what we were claiming. Someone else came up with the plans, had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And someone was none other than Luke Atme. See, okay, this is what I basically knew, but the thing is, I thought what they were going to do was be like, he's actually the real Mask to Mask. Ron just executed his plans. So that technically makes him the real one. Silence! Hee, now I see it's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? Yes. How did you... So Look at me, was blackmailing Rum Delight. Every jeweler has a hardness number out of 8. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, so then emeralds are pretty hard. Mask to mask. Yes. Ron Delight started receiving some plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. How did he know? Because he was right there. This is probably wrong, but... I think I see it. See what? He received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. It seems that Master Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. It just took and hit it in the bucket. How dare Shadow Call and Emerald Softman? I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I thought other gems were softer. I didn't know. Sounds far too stupid to be true. Oh, that sounds far too stupid. Correct. Tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. That's when you figured it out, Mr. Atney. Learn that okay. Ah! He's supposed to be mask to mask. It looks like he didn't live. He's just slimy blackmail. What a fraud. Trying to pass himself up. They were wrong. Gold is soft. But I thought there were, like, soft gems as well. I don't know. I'm dumb. You expose me like that. I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm famous and proud ace detective and also master mask. Why can't you understand that? When you learned that dialogue, I know, I didn't mean to. Sorry to bully you, I just wanted to, yeah. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why, you... How dare you even dare? Could ever fall to such lowly depths, you rather you're fools, I say. None of you can compare to my genius. You're really just scoon. Ace detective cannot handle blackmail. It's enough to make one laugh. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was like soundboard refrigerator.
That was quite a performance by Mr. Atney.
Bailiff, please prepare the cell.
Objection!
Objection. What? The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. No, you won't.
You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite.
What do you...
It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atney was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right, that's why he was the one who killed Mr. But... The refrigerator, yeah. Yeah, I have a Samsung refrigerator right here, and I just push it to do soundboard stuff. Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murders. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. God, yeah, his music is very good. Well, Mr. Wright, this is it. The final battle. The duel that everyone's been waiting for. I'm not gonna hold back. You bet, Jaden. This is gonna be super special awesome. I can't wait to see your strength. Got to prove that he was at the office.
But how can he really prove that?
That's long enough, Mr. Wright. I want to hear your answer. I mean, I guess I'd... yeah. With evidence. Don't you worry, I'll watch over you. I think I may have screwed up. I think I may have screwed up a little bit. Maybe it was the brooch, because he... Okay, that... yeah, no. No, you're good? Oh, okay. Well... I'm sorry. I was too quick on the draw. Not yet. Is it the proof? No, it isn't. Okay. I was thinking because he got hit, so... Can't prove it. Oh, okay, I guess. Just what I thought. But, if I hear more of Detective Atman's testimony... Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Wright. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony, that's what I mean. What? You've forgotten Luke Atme is here after we interrupted his own trial. You failed to prove that he committed the murder. It's time for his witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as best man. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end overall. I'm the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will finally verify that. Just as Rhonda Lights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. We're in the court. There's enough deliberation. I can't believe this. Go straight, Ron.
Don't give up now, Nick. You still have tomorrow. We can look for evidence.
Then it'll be too late.
But why?
Double Jeopardy. One of my favorite parts of the TV show. The basic rules of any court of law.
Double Jeopardy.
Found innocent in course, then cannot be tried again for the same crime. It's a fundamental rule of all courts. Applies to the witness as applies as much to anyone else. He'll be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as Master Mask, which means he will be innocent as far as murder is concerned.
No way.
If he were unable to prove guilt of that crime, means he'll be never tried again as Caden Bullard's murderer. What? Okay, well... I'm gonna have to reload, I guess. There's nothing I can do to possibly win. Even if Ron is proclaimed innocent, the real killer will go free. Cross-examined every statement. As long as there's no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare no further questioning. Yes. Yes, there's an objection, but I may have messed up. This would be a really long... And the cross-examine Luke at me. Objection? I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what you had on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. Wow. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. voice. No way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia. True power of the crane channeling technique. It's really Maya. Right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do. Without any more testimony, I can't cross it. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now, you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Mia! Yeah, after cross-examination, I made a number of remarks. I'm now so loyal. It seems like love wins out in the end overall. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Says Ron Delights verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but his comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defendant, assert our right to question them. Is that alright with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Nothing. Oh, so lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at. Let's hear it. Huh? Well, it's true, the witness has made some remarks. So then, let's hear the last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you? One last... This is our absolute final chance. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lord Bay Taylor. I had to leave to see something very vitally important job request. Had I known about the date beforehand, I had this photograph ready. Brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. Thanks to the keycard in his wallet, it was abundantly clear he was there. I was also able to make a deduction for the brother, which only sounded once. I did not have fingerprints. Why? The victim would have left prints. Because the killer sounded wearing his Master Mask outfit, left no prints. It's going down. I just took the color of the jewel. Zavari. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. Yeah, they do seem to contradict things. But of course! But how did you know about the emergency doctor? The police investigation documents went directly through me. I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, sir, lawyer. Will not allow any of your usual shenanigans. Postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Go on. Hang on, just one chance? It seems the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts that testimony. Timber. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have the evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. Can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17, the last. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. Yeah, I'm moving. Now, without presenting evidence, do is find the confidant and press it. Only get one chance. Oh my god. Okay. It is true. I was not at Lone Bay Taylor. I need to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand. Key card. Oh my god, there are too many statements. So you have to make a deduction for the battle, which only sounded once. That's kind of not true. It sounds a lot. Anyone is Y. Victim, which means the killer sounded it. Prince. You better dance. No, wait. Sounded once as in, like, pressed once. Shit. Oh god, I don't know. Fingerprints. Victim. Ugh. So, okay, look, if he sounded the alarm, right, or, shit. Like, why would he sound it? Oh, he likely just mistook it. That's, I mean, like, what evidence that would I have that he couldn't have mistaken it? Security office, no fingerprints. Found at the crime scene. Meow. Nice beef. Are you coming to help? Do you know who did it? Do you know what the evidence is? Are you being silly? Are you? Meow. 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 Why are you meowing, silly? Oh, such sweetness. You are so soft and sweet. Oh, flop. You flop down. This is a silly. It is the silly kitten. That's the answer, but mortals can't. Yeah, mere mortals can't. Can't understand. I don't know. Can I have a hint? Shit. I don't know. Son, help! Another important, as you know, that he was. Oh, that's a good point. Thank you, son. Distract me. How about this one? Still don't get it, do you, Trey? This isn't the time to be pressing every last little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who doesn't get it, Mr. Goodell. What? Mr. Atney, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Light was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, correct? Is that correct? Indeed. That's what I said. Deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. Oh! I'm sorry. I'm sorry? Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Mask to Mask? That was just a few hours ago. Back when my Sif's cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had the chance to mention it up until now. yet to tell anyone else before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know that are those who've been watching this trial. Ah! Ang! Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There's no way that you could have known about that. We're in the next courtroom being tried as Mask to Mask. So then, enlighten us. How did you know about that piece of information? Well... Come on, this detective must have known about it. Probably had plenty of chances to find out before. Objection! It's those chances I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit. There's one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. One way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attack, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme. I love this part. It's with that statement, I'll turn this case on its head. Yes, go on. Just what are you implying? I saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it says right that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Detective Atme, you saw Mask to Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. It's the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Okay. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Oh, here I am, the tragic clown. Oh, he big mad? Yeah, he sounds like a bro, but he's not a bro. I heard that he stole his mom's credit card and bought a bunch of Xbox 360 controllers and consoles. There's a little more meaning behind it. Yeah, awfully complicated incident. Yeah, that is the entire Phoenix Wright series. King Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. Upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight and claimed to be guilty as Mask to Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan to use the double jeopardy rule, when making his album. Alright, it seems we finally found the truth. Excuse me. Came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Smirching him with the title of murder. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize that you were there. About the verdict. I know, you never committed any murder. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Mask to Mask. Huh? You think that I'm innocent now, right? You said double jeopardy? Now that we mention it, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. The defendant can never be tried for the crime in which he was once found innocent. Then Mask to Mask is really innocent? It would seem so for now. Now then, the court finds the defendant not guilty. Woo! Yay! Rahoo! Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good. You see, the thing is, I still am Mask to Mask. You did it, Phoenix! Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh?
was just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. On the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days.
You mean about becoming the master of the school?
Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother.
Misty Faye, right?
Watch over her, will you, Phoenix?
Of course.
Well then, see you around.
Mia.
Ah, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Your marriage is about to be over because you're a criminal and she didn't like criminals.
Thank you so much. No, wait. Not that anything matters.
Come on, just be happy already. Maya.
It's been clear that this murder charge has got off his mask taboo. But in exchange, I've lost everything.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Stealing
Security information from KB Security, becoming mask to mask? Did it all for one reason, for her.
You mean your wife, Desiree?
She hates criminals more than anything.
Come to think of it, she once held hostage by some robber. Oh my god, groovy.
She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but it's like a fire drink. I lost all the money I had. She didn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure.
That's why you became master.
It's all over now. Broken Bowl can never be put back together, except for the urn that is. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it.
I can. I wish you would check with me first. Like, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. Just like this.
The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this.
Desiree, your wife. She always believed in you, Ron. Oh, I'm gonna get the best followers and the best primes and the best viewers? Is that true? Not too young to know the truth. Ah, there you are. Miss Delight. Thank you for protecting. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you?
Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Master Mask either.
Miss Delight, what are you gonna do now that you know?
The best. I do already have the best followers. And you can become one right now by following the super chat. Sorry. It's just... I had to copy it. Oh yeah, no, it's fine.
You're not really gonna leave him, are you?
Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let such a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky, like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous.
Chivalrous?
I knew I was right about you. Every day I spent with you is filled with thrills and excitement.
Desi.
You really love Ron, don't you?
Nicky boy.
Yes?
I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us.
Oh, well, take care of yourself. Stop, maybe cut down on the packs. Maybe make it like, 2 packs a day.
You too, Nicky boy.
I can feel my face going red.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations.
Oh, no.
Mr. Nick, how could you with another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya?
No, you've got it all wrong.
I'll never forgive you, ever, and not damn you ever.
Not funny enough? I see, I'm not funny enough. I should just go slink off into the shadows, where I belong. So too did my consciousness. Broken Bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Aww. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back better than before. Aww. Cute. Yay! Episode 2 is done! And that means I can save. Whoa! Get a face cam light? What? Yay, cousins! And so ends stream. Thank you all so much for coming by, saying hi, you know, chatting and stuff. Following. I really appreciate it. You reached the case I never played. Oh no. I hope you'll still join. So, oh, I thought. Oh, never mind. You know what? Forget I said anything. Yeah, thank you. I try and stream every other day, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays at 1 p.m. Pacific. I'm not sure what I'll stream next. Feel free to suggest it to me either in my Discord, which I do have a Discord, or I have a suggestion box in my about section. So we're gonna go raid someone, possibly, unless there's no one. Although, yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's on right now for me. Okay, well, in that case, yeah, thank you all so much again. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. Have a good one. And I will talk to you later. Bye. Oh, wait. Yes, Groovy? Yeah, you can suggest. Absolutely. Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. My brain. Just tell me who. Frenzied Spectra. Okay, then let's go raid Frenzied Spectra. You're super sweet to me and chaotic. Awesome. Well then, plenty of reason to go raid him. So, I hope everyone will give him a nice, warm welcome. And, yeah, take care, everyone. Stay safe. Have a good one. And I will talk to you later. Bye.